Okay, we are live. We are starting a little early today because I'm just kind of sitting here, number one. And number two, I don't know what the weather's going to do this evening. Yesterday, they were kind of thinking we were going to have some spiciness. Now I don't see it. I don't know what's going on, so we're just gonna go until it gets too hot in here for me to take it anymore. Once I remember how to... Oh my goodness, I'm all thumbs. Because I put these on too soon. Wow, my brain's just stopped. I was having quite the time earlier because I remember seeing this image. And now I can't find the image anywhere. And now I'm questioning my sanity if I actually saw the image or if I hallucinated it. But the husband believes he saw the image too. But now we can't find it. What's going on?
What?
Somebody's like thumping all around.
That was me messing with my shoe.
Oh, okay. I thought it was doggos or animals. So I don't know. I don't know if this image actually existed at one point and it's been scrubbed from the internet. I don't know. But I am like, what? Because I was gonna do a version of it for his Christmas gift, and I thought I had saved it somewhere. Can't find it. Unless I'm pictured putting this image with another image together. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so confused. And now I have an unclosed loop in my head of what happened to the image that will probably never be closed. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't really frequent like Reddit, so I don't know where I saw it. I'm on Blue Sky.
It's long lost here.
But it was recent. It was within like the last month. I would have had to have seen this. Maybe 2 months at the most. And I'm on Blue Sky more than anything. Tried searching the image. It ain't there. To the point that I'm beginning to think, well, maybe it was a different animal. And I'm just thinking it's the other animal because I'm like, no, I'll do that. Oh god, it wasn't already a kit, was it? Hold on.
I don't think so.
Hold on. Hey, the only other place I could have possibly have seen this. It's just driving me mad now.
I'm not seeing it as a kid.
Okay. It's just wild. Oh, that's maddening. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to try to come up with something. And hopefully it's different enough than someone else's image. I wanted the image so I didn't get too close to it, right? And now I can't find the image, so...
It's for private use, it doesn't matter.
Ah, but if I'm streaming making it and the
It
image
still
is
doesn't
up...
matter. Again, remember our discussion on transformative works.
Okay. This popped into here. So I'm hoping we can at least get these clouds started here today. My main goal is to make sure we get this sky done. And we should be more than able to make that happen. I would hope. Depending on outside factors. We did get up to a feels like of 105 today. It was 85 in here, roughly, last night when I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, yeah, no, we're shutting everything down. It's too hot. And it stayed that hot. I don't think it got very much below 80 in here all night. It was so warm. It was so hard to sleep. And we were letting Mr. Bean try to be a normal cat and have free reign last night, except it was well after 3 a.m. And it seemed he was starting to get into trouble on purpose. Which is what he tends to do when he wants to go in the other room. So I don't know if he just has his sleep. Hi. No, it's too hot out. No, I told you this. We had this discussion earlier. It's too hot for you, old man. You are not traipsing around outside for any lengthy period of time. Plus, it's too hot for Dad. No, Daddy doesn't do well outside. And I'm not certainly letting your old butt traipse around in the heat either. No, it's too hot today. Much too hot. Much too hot, guy. Would you like a dentist stick instead? That's about the best I can do. I could give you a dentist stick. I think we still have some. But we're not traipsing around outside in this heat. A baked dog is not a good thing. Last thing I need is for you overexerting yourself and making yourself ill. You're cute and I love you. And it's because of that that we're not going anywhere today. It is much too hot. Your ass is gonna overheat in 5 minutes, and then you're gonna be pissy about coming home. No. I will give you a dentist stick in a few minutes. Because it's way too soon for second snack rolls here. Way too soon for that nonsense. Well, I kind of feel like right in there might be a little thin. Maybe it's not. No, that definitely is. For sure. Okay, so hope everybody's been having a good week so far. I might have to get some more barrettes. I've got a piece of hair that is blowing in this fan that is tapping me annoyingly. Like, I feel like right there's a little thin too, and I don't know. Is it just the way the yarn looks, or like it feels like it is actually a thin bit. Now, if I had gone with a different color that wasn't gray, I'd definitely be able to tell a lot easier. But I am actually making a dent in my felt. Hoping I've got enough to get through gifts. So I've been using that to back the embroidery hoops. I guess worst comes to worst, I have some old shirts I could use. If it comes to it. But we could always raid the piggy bank to get a couple more sheets of felt. If I need to. I think when we go and do my birthday run is when I'm going to grab the other hoops that I need. To put the finished pieces in. Like my brothers and the husbands, I've got hoops for those. It's the other ones that are predetermined in their size that I'm not sure if I have hoops for. Okay. All right. So we've still got a good chunk here that we need to get through. So I am bringing this over the line further than it probably needs to be. But like I said before, I would rather at this point trim off extra than risk having that gap happen again. Because that wasn't a fun time. At all. Now, for anybody new, I do use acrylic yarn for the most part. It's what I have the most of. It fits my budget better for this. I can get quite a lot of mileage out of it. And it just made more sense for me. And it's also an option if you have a wool allergy, but still want to do the thing. Now, this piece is one of our larger pieces that we've done in a while. It's gonna be in the end the same size as that last like purple and peachy orange kind of sunset one we did. It's the same size, except instead of being this way when it's done, it's gonna be up and down when it's done. I just have it laying sideways so that we can get the whole thing in here without cutting any of it off at the moment. Because that's just what makes the most sense for me to do at the moment. Okay. Now, the acrylic yarn does require a bit of prep to it before you can use it. So, like, yes, this is acrylic yarn. It does come in a normal skein that you could crochet or knit with right away. But to do this, to get it to look like this, I have a yarn prep video on the YouTube channel on the needle felting playlist. You cut some lengths of yarn and either on top of like a self-healing cutting mat or a piece of cardboard or something that can take a beating. You take a sticker brush. It's like a pet grooming brush. It's like a rectangle on a handle, and there's all these little like elbowy bent teeth in there, and you brush it out. You start at the tips, you hold on to the one end, and you brush it out as you work your way up, and that will undo the twisting of the yarn, and it'll get it to this state. Now, I do yarn prep ahead of time, so that way when I want to work on a needle felted project, I already have the fluff ready to go. And that way I don't have to stop and get the yarn fluff ahead of time. Man, my Bluetooth has been having troubles today. And it's not necessarily one pair of headphones, because I've got Bluetooth headphones that I have connected to my computer, and I have Bluetooth noise canceling earbuds connected to my Kindle. And both of them today have been acting up. The earbuds stuttered so bad at one point that they like paused and had to reconnect to the point that it was telling me what the battery level was at, and I was like, what? I hadn't touched the pod, hadn't touched the Kindle, and I'm like, okay. And now the headphones, I'm sitting right next to my transmitter, unless my transmitter is on the floor, which is entirely possible, because Bean. Actually, I don't see it. It might be on the floor. I'm gonna have to go hunting for that later. There's so much metal on this desk that it seemed to be blocking the signal for my Bluetooth. So I had to get an extender antenna for my headphones. And I don't see it anywhere. I'm thinking he knocked it to the floor. In true Bean fashion. Because for him, everything's a toy. And I'm not sure how long it's been missing, because I just noticed. Okay. Well, that's going to be an under-desk adventure for either later tonight or tomorrow. It was almost a desk adventure today, but I was hot, and I was trying to get some editing done earlier. I'm not a big fan of video editing. It's a lot to remain focused on, even when it's something I really, really want to get done. If I don't have something I can listen to in the background, it's struggle bus city. But I have about 107 video clips, nothing longer than an hour and 10 minutes at the very most. And so it's a total of 107 clips. I'm at clip number 42. I think I'm starting 42. So it's not too bad. I know it sounds like a lot, but a lot of the clips are 45 minutes and under. Like I've had a couple clips that were 15 minutes. Average is about 30 to 45 minutes. There's a couple outliers in there that are an hour or just over it. And I am slowly getting through it, so I don't think it'll take me too much longer, probably a couple of weeks to get it done. Because I've gotten through video clip 27 36 to 41 in the past few days. So I like purposely kept the clips on the shorter side to make them a little bit easier to get through. Does mean there's more of them, but if I'm moving faster through them, and I'm not sure if I'm going to include all of the very end ones with me fully finishing the hoop out. We'll see. It depends on how much of it was technically in frame. Because when I was painting, I painted the embroidery hoop because number one, I don't have stain on me, and I never know what color I want the hoop to be. And it's cheaper to buy the unfinished bamboo ones and then tailor it to my needs than it is to go and buy a specific finish hoop. Because some of the wood looking hoops that look like wood grain are plastic, and I'm like, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well just paint the hoop that I've got, right? Or stain it or something. It works for me. And that's really the important thing, right? As long as it works for you. That looks like bits of embroidery thread, and I don't know why that's in there, because it technically probably shouldn't be. That's confusing. So do let me know what you guys want to see when we're done Bookshop Simulator. If y'all want to see what you want to see first. The two games I have, I might actually move one to the live stream. We'll see. I mean, we've got a ways to go on Stardew Valley. So I'll probably have something else to play after that. I've got a few options. Husband has Retro Rewind. I think that's what it's called. We've got Supermarket Together. We've got Grimshire. We've got Echoes of Plum Grove. I haven't gone back to Coral Island in a while. I know there have been some new updates on it. But I was kind of waiting to go back to that until they did like the age up on the kids update. Because it's a lot of work in there. Let's face it. So I was kind of trying to wait until they did that update. they have been doing a fair bit of updating. It's not like super quick on the updates, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form complaining about that. Don't get me wrong. Things take as long as they're gonna take, right? But I just wanted to wait. I didn't want to be like a third into clearing out a new farm and going through all of that until the kids update goes in. If they're still doing it. Last I heard they had planned on doing it. It's just there was other stuff that kind of popped up. They might be still trying to figure out how to do it, honestly. Because I don't know if they're talking about just the NPC kids aging up or if they're talking about your kids that you have age up. So we'll see what happens with that. Alright. We are going to need some more blue fluff. Now I've got like half a bag still, so I just need to pull more of it out. Is really what I'm referring to. And I say I need some more. Now, I do not believe that I am going to need to fluff more to get the sky done. I will probably have to refill this bag by the time I'm done the sky. But I don't think I'm going to need more specifically prepped to finish the sky. Not sure which container this shade of yarn is in either. I think it's in this other container next to me. I have one container that's clear and one container that has a solid color side on it that I can't see through. I think it's in the non-see-through container. Though I could be wrong. Okay. Go ahead and we'll pull out another chunk of the forbidden cotton candy. I do have a little bit of water here in case we need it to help shape everything together here. Yeah, so depending on, you know, the weather and stuff, because I don't like to be editing if it's actively storming, because I don't want the power to go out on me. And potentially corrupt my hard work. Oh, well, that's no good. You've angered Moobot. You've angered Moobot. Wish I could change the name of it to Mingobot, but you've changed, or you've angered Moobot. I was hoping that I could get to like episode 60 by the end of the weekend. Oh, look, there's two of you. All right, well, that's how we're gonna roll. Well, at least this one changed its ad this time. still got nailed, but... Alright, so we'll deal with you. Oh, it was the same exact ad from both Snuffles. She's heading into the kitchen.
Kitchen. Go kitchen. You know better.
Yes, trying to post in advertisement. Okay, so let me get that. Okay. 2 more people have joined the ban list. Welcome to the ever-growing ban list. Although it might be an ever-shrinking ban list, because as soon as I put them on, and the accounts are disabled, do they stay on the ban list, or do they vanish off the ban list? I guess that depends. Because I'm not certain. Okay. Yeah, let's try the smaller piece in here. First. Before we start getting the extra large pieces in there. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Okay. So we're slowly getting this sky finished up. Well, the background sky. We've still got a little ways to go. But I'm slowly chipping away on it. So let me just try to get this kind of shaped up in here. Get my fuzz kind of gathered together. Yeah, so anyway, I forgot where I was saying all that was so that I could try to remember where I left off in my conversation. Yeah, so I'm hoping if the weather cooperates, I can get some more editing done. I'm hoping that I can get to like video 45 or 46 tomorrow. Depends on how the morning goes, really. To be perfectly honest. Today I got through video clip 37 to 41 I finished. 42 I still need to do. I think I'm sitting currently at about an hour and a half. Do we still have the gate?
Huh?
Do we still have the white gate, or did we get rid of it?
The white.
Yeah, the one we were using in the kitchen.
You mean the thing that was originally a guinea pig cage?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Can't remember if we got rid of it or not. They were being so good about staying out of the kitchen. And lately they've been like, nope, we're gonna invade the kitchen when you're not looking. And they know they're not supposed to be out there. Because there's litter boxes and basically the cat's domain. Cat food and all. That we don't want them getting into. Okay. I would like to get some more bookshop sim recorded. Because I don't have a whole lot of that backlogged. And I would like to have more than what I do have. Because, you know, I've been blowing through a lot of what I did have. I was trying to do like 3 in a row. And that gives me enough buffer between the live stream here and then going up over there. So I was like, okay. But then when I'm not feeling well, I have to pull an extra episode because then I'm missing a live stream. Or if the weather was dumb and I had to cancel stream for whatever reason, or if life just lifed, then I need to pull from my backlog to fill the gap, if you will. Or at least I try to. And that's been working out fairly well. But I think I've got like 4 episodes I need to edit, and that's it. Like, I've got a couple already waiting to go live on YouTube that haven't gone live just yet. Oh, I've got to fill that. Oops. I'm like, that looks weird. Yes, it does look weird. Because you just decided to skip it. I was like looking at this part and totally just wasn't paying attention. I guess. Glad I saw that, though. Bean. I've been keeping this under my desk on top of one of my storage containers. And a certain someone keeps walking all over it. Shedding their black fur everywhere. Now, Cal does have a little bit of black on him, but I've seen Mr. Beanifer under there sitting on stuff, so that's why I fully believe it was Mr. Stinky Beans. What was under my desk? Because somebody just touched my leg. Did I hallucinate someone touching my leg? It felt like somebody touched my leg. Maybe I did hallucinate it. Okay, it felt like a cat rubbed up against my leg, though. Weird. Like, I thought I saw a tail stick out. Monsieur Stinky is on our bed at the moment. Kind of passed out on my side. At least that's what it looks like. So, just trying to get this little area filled in, and then I can go back to this last section that we still need to patch on in there. And I don't need to be like right on the edge of the pen line because the other colors are gonna overlap a little bit. Like, it'll be fine. Once everything is all said and done here. Okay, so let me just kind of brush that down there. All right. So we've got this chunk here that we still need to fill in. All right, so let's see about getting that sorted. So that hopefully we can start moving on to the clouds. I'm really excited to start working on the clouds, but can't get there until we get the background that the clouds are going to be sitting on done. Now, a lot of time I'll just go around where I wanted the cloud shapes to be, but this time I just wanted to do it a little bit differently. That does mean it's going to take a bit more time. To get the background popped in that way. I mean, it's kind of part of it to a degree, right? You can kind of see our flamingo shaping up there on the back side. I'm just not a fan with how that seam was looking. So I'm just gonna grab another little fluffy bit. And kind of pop that in. Okay, I mean, it doesn't look like a large amount left. And technically, it's not a large amount left compared to all that we've done so far, but it's still a fair bit that we need to get worked through here. Everything is all said and done. I could probably still have at least another half an hour on the sky here, I think. On this part of the sky. I mean, I'll be happy if we get it done before that, but I think it might be a little bit longer than a half an hour. To be perfectly honest. Okay. So, brush that down. Time to do a rotate. Just a little quarter turn there. Get that popped into there. I'm gently laying my finger on top of the fluff, just so that the notches in the needle don't eat all of it too quickly. Just until I start to get it established in there. All right, you know what? Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I needed to get one of our cooling towels. And I wanted to check on the weather real quick. Oh, we're finally below feels like triple digits, but only just. So that's something, I guess. Okay, sorry about that. Not sure where all of the cooling towels went, but I found one of them. Which we'll have to do. At least for right now. I had one that I had gotten at a fair at one point, but I couldn't find that one. And I couldn't remember if I had gotten rid of it, because it does feel kind of heavy a lot of the time. It was very drippy. It kind of seemed to make more of a mess than actually helping. May have to go and re-wet this at some point, because I didn't really have enough space to bring in anything big enough to hold water for it. We were actually going to get a couple more of these at one point, and Lowe's was out of them, which was rather disappointing, to say the least. But everything was kind of overwhelming me there for a moment, so I was like, let's kind of stop for a moment. We'll get up, we'll walk away, and we will go get the cooling towel. And we will go from there. Okay. Now every time I touch it, my hands are damp, so everything's sticking to me. Oh, summer. Am I right? trying to get crafting done in the summer. Almost needs combat bay. Almost. Of some description. Because it can be quite the sensory adventure. No, no, Fluff, don't blow away. Where are you going? Watching out the corner of my eye. Roll across my desk in the fan. But it's growing the wrong way. It started to, like, go towards the fan instead of being blown away from the fan. Fluff has a mind of its own over here. Okay. So I guess that piece was a little big. Because we're still trying to get that all worked in. Okay. So we're slowly getting that chipped away. Kinda sorta. Kinda sorta. Alright, I'm just gonna try to fan out that end piece there just a little bit. Just to try to avoid any weird theme happenings here. We'll see. It might help, it might not. We will see how it goes. Looks like we're gonna need a bit more forbidden cotton candy here, though. I don't have quite enough pulled out, but that's okay. Oh my gosh, the tape has like buckled so very much. Just from working on this little section here. Like, look how much we pulled the felt fibers tighter. Yeah, about that. Get that brushed in there. Alright, so we just have this little section. Okay. Get this. And start to work that in there. Now, I was gonna try to do an extra stream this week, but the only day I can really do it is Saturday. And as of right now, I don't think that's gonna be possible. Because of the weather. We'll see. We'll see, because we were supposed to have stuff happening today. Their future models the night before looked pretty convincing that we were going to get something. And there was a little bit of shower activity nearby here this morning. We didn't actually get any of it ourselves. So that didn't really materialize. Now, I don't know if we're going to still potentially be getting anything later. I suppose anything's really possible. But, I don't know. I swear, like, I'm liking the coolness of this towel, but at the same time, the weight of it touching me, I'm just like, nah. But no, it's like upsetting me. I'm just like, okay. One of those nights. Just one of those nights, I guess. So I'm gonna get a little bit of water. Okay, so this piece is a little bit bigger. Than I was initially looking for. Didn't seem that big until I kind of plopped it down on here. To be perfectly honest. Alright, so just gonna work on trying to get this piece in here. Sometimes when they are a little bit fluffier, it seems like they take forever to get stabbed into there. I just took a drop of water on my finger and just kind of dabbed it over. It'll dry. And I'm not doing wet felting. It was just to kind of help that be not quite as fluffy so it would lay down a little bit faster. Like I said, I did not... Oh, excuse me. Man, Mr. Bean clawed the shit out of my arm. Ended up with a bruise trying to get into a container. I didn't want to take everything off the container that was piled on top of it. So I was trying to like lift a corner up and slide my arm in to grab something. And then while trying to free my arm, the container kind of came down, the lid kind of came down on it awkwardly. I still have the bruise from Bean biting me. It's right there still. It's getting better. But damn, cat. He was mad because he wanted my chair. Or no, he wanted the guinea pigs. But I needed him to not be there while I was feeding them. Because apparently he jumped in the cage at one point on my mom while she was trying to hay them. And I've seen Cal pick up a guinea pig when we were doing on the bedtime, even though we were sitting right there watching them. He was so fast. He dropped them immediately. But he did try to pick one up and run off with it. So I don't really trust Cal or Bean now near the pigs. We finally got our chicken wire dug out of our shed to try to fill the gap that was on the top that he was sticking his feet through. as best as we could. Oh goodness, we are almost there on this color. If you see something like greenish yellow, dip into the screen. That is going to be the cooling towel. I have it clipped to my head at the moment. I liked the cooling sensation. I did not like the weight of it touching me. And I've used these towels before. I'm just having a bad, I don't know if it's like overstimulation or just like oversensory input happening. My neck's kind of being funky. My hands kind of feel like I need to keep popping them and they don't want to fully pop, and I'm kind of getting like the skin crawly feeling. Just all of the sensations are ganging up on me at once. And I'm like, no, I want to work on this, damn it. So I'm trying to work through it the best I can. I mean, we've gotten this far. I want to start the clouds. We are almost there to cloud starting time. Yeah, even started like way early because I didn't know if the weather was gonna have to make things stop soon or not, but now I don't see any weather around, so although I guess heat still factors into that. I just didn't want to edit anymore when I knew we had a live stream coming up. I just wanted to get in there on the live stream. Okay. Brush that down. Okay. A little bit of water. A little bit of fluff. And see about trying to get all of this popped in here. Almost there. If my brain / body will cooperate. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. Alright, so we've just got a few more guys to hop on into here. Depending on how they fill in. It's a very loud vehicle. There is one specific car or one type of car that tends to go by our house that almost sounds like a quieter jet going by. And it's so bizarre because every time, like, it kind of sounds like a distant fighter jet. Like when you first start to hear it, like it doesn't like get louder or go up in pitch. It's just like that first initial sound. It's a hard sound to describe. But I know that sound because we lived near the Atlantic City International Airport. We lived in their flight path for forever. And they had a Air National Guard out there. So, I mean, you would hear the fighter jets taking off to either run patrol or practice or whatever. So I know the sound. Occasionally, we'll have a plane low enough here to hear it go over. Not necessarily fighter jets. We've seen some military helicopters fly over once in a while here. Like several of them flying together, which is always kind of creepy. But we used to have a healthy amount of air traffic. Where we lived up in New Jersey. I mean, not like living near JFK or LaGuardia or anything. It was it wasn't really a small airport. They were set up and had the runway length for international flights, but they just never got the carriers to come in there. Because they're like, well, why would I fly out of Atlantic City when Philadelphia is right here? So it ended up being mostly just Spirit. Delta was there for a while. Because I remember flying out of there on Delta a couple of times to come here. I've never flown out of Philly. In fact, flying out of Philly would have been kind of a pain in the ass for me because I probably would have had to take the train to Penn Station or 30th Street Station and then figure it out from there. Because we could take New Jersey Transit to 30th Street up in Philly. Okay. Hopefully that's enough blue overlap there and get my board. It's gonna be tight over here. That is gonna be a little bit tight. I mean, there's a chance. There's a chance that the frame sides would cover it. But at the same time, it's gonna be easier to fix it now than try to fix it after the fact. Like, the edge doesn't have to be super pretty, right? Because the frame's gonna cover most of it. But it did kind of shrink in on the sides, so... My main concern is making sure that we have enough clearance. I think we're just there. Seems like. Okay, so you can go there. All right. Now, I'm gonna grab some of our polyfill. And this stuff likes to like hold to itself here, so I need to make sure that that's kind of flat or flat-ish. This is not the final color of the cloud. I want to make that clear. This is not the final color of the cloud. This is helping me shape my cloud. And nothing more. I mean, it does pretty good at kind of holding its shape without any stabbing needed to it. Kind of feels like the back of a scrub brush, or like a sponge, the scrubby on the back of the sponge. It's kind of what this stuff feels like. Alright, now I'm probably not going to be able to get that like super duper pegged down there. Kind of why I'm working in smaller amounts here. I do want to come back and add some color to this though. Okay. So let's see here. Not really sure what shape I want to kind of go with here. Okay. What's the matter, doggo? You're just kind of standing there. What's the matter? I think he's looking for a snack. He never did get that dentist stick. kind of want to get the shape of this figured out before I start adding some color to it. Hi, what's up? Are you hungry? Does you need another snack? Hmm? What's up? Does you need snackies? Are you hungry? Do you want more chicken? What do you want? Do you want chicken? You do want chicken. Okay. Give us a minute. All right.
Done. Okay.
So if I got that guy there, I think he needs to be a little bit longer. I'm gonna try to do another one below it. Alright, so let me get this guy. I mean, I didn't have a precise idea in mind for the cloud shapes. I had like a rough idea for what I was looking for. Nothing really solidly set to my brain. Okay, I think I want to grab, oh gosh, this color. Let's see. And my lightest gray. That's these three. Kind of. I didn't want supery dupery gray clouds, but now this is a color called elephant gray. Let's see what this looks like. Kind of worked in along bottom here. And maybe it was a little silly of me to add some polyfill in there, but I kind of like the texture that it's adding to the clouds here. Right? We're allowed to experiment with different fibers and whatnot. I already know that I can needle felt the polyfill from past critter experiments. Right, like we know that it's possible. Kind of nudge that up along that bottom. Just a little bit there. Like I said, I don't know if I really wanted it that dark, but along the bottom, it's probably fine. Sorry, I feel like I've got a fuzz. Like in between my glasses and my eyebrow. Just kind of like touching me. What is happening? Okay. Now I've got a slightly lighter gray that I'm going to bring in here as well. But this is why I wanted to have some of this blue underneath instead of just outlining the cloud shape. So that way, in any thin spots on the cloud, I can have the blue popping through. So even though it was a little bit of a pain putting in all of that blue in the background, it still kind of worked out in my favor, kind of. Okay, so this is Misty Gray. Both of these are shades from Paintbox Simply Chunky, if it matters. Kind of does, I guess. Alright, so I'm gonna see if I can kind of lay this in. On top here. And start to fill in the misty gray on top of the polyfill. Like the polyfill isn't like a pristine white color. It can look dirty at times, like a dirty gray. I mean, it doesn't need to be pristine because it's stuffing, it's going in the thing, right? So you're not really gonna see it normally. I am just kind of coming back through here with a little bit of this. And I'm going to try to kind of lay this in on top. Because even though it's called gray, it's a very, very light gray. And it's an almost white gray. So against this darker gray, it looks pretty white. Now I do have white, but I'm gonna save that for putting some highlighty bits on here. That is what I would like to do. So, I mean, I don't know. Can you kind of see the color difference there a little bit? Maybe. It's subtle. Like, those two shades are. This and the polyfill's subtle. Guess I should be a little more clear on that. I'm going to kind of sit you on top here. Gonna leave that little bit of a thin wispy break in between those two pieces. Like, that's fine. Clouds are all kind of weird shapes. The wind is constantly adjusting them. Even if you can't feel the wind, there's upper atmosphere winds, even if they aren't reaching the surface where you are. Right? So you all right there, old man? Gonna get this worked in there. That's kind of filled in there. Sorry, my tailbone area is also being a bit of a stinker today, so gotta keep adjusting how we are sitting here. So this guy. Gonna let that kind of drift over the darker gray there just a little bit. Just so it's not like a hard line there. In between the two. All right. Got our next little bit here. And start to work that bit in there. At least a little bit. Right, like the clouds aren't going to be super, super duper perfect. And that's okay. Like I said, they're clouds. It can be a little all over the place here. And I still want to come back in and add some white to this, I think. Couple tiny little rain showery blips there, but nothing too terrible. Alright, so we're doing okay as far as that's concerned at the moment. Wow, it's dropped to 86 outside with a feels like of 95. At least we're out of the feels like triples, I guess. Okay. Work on getting this worked in. And, you know, because of the shade of the polyfill and the shade of the yarn I'm using, it's okay if some of that polyfill doesn't get covered up because it's blending in. I mean, it's got the polyfill texture to it, for sure. Which is definitely a rougher texture than the yarn on its own. after this piece, I think I'm gonna grab some of our white here. Like, I want to do one cloud before I hop in to the next one. Just to kind of, you know, be like, okay, we're done with that one. Let's grab the next guy. Now, I don't need to go super gung-ho with the white here. At least I'm gonna try not to. Just kind of want some brighter highlighting here and there. As best as I can attempt to pull off. Gonna have sirens potentially coming through the microphone in just a minute. So, earbud warning, headphone warning. Never mind, they went a different way. Like, I could hear them. I just didn't know where they were going. They've either stopped short of our house or they turned off. Down a different street. Okay, grab another little bit of white. You stay over there, please. See if I can kinda maybe work this in. Usually the smaller piece, the smaller it's gonna get as you're stabbing it in. And all those fibers get pulled together. So I don't know if I've like gone too small. Because, you know, we still want it to be a little bit visible there. That's not so bad. Okay. So I know it might seem silly, but we're working on trying to sort of potentially kind of get some sculpting slash shaping in here with these cloud guys. as best as I'm able to. So it's not gonna look like super great. But we're trying, right? That's all that matters. That's all that should matter. You can definitely see, or at least I can. I'm not sure how well. It's kind of coming across on camera. So when you put the white on top of that light gray, you can definitely see the color difference between the two. But without that there, it kind of just looks like a less crisp shade of white, really. Okay. Another little tiny bit. At least we're going to try to get a tiny bit here. I mean, don't forget, if you need to trim anything down smaller, by all means, you are more than allowed. Okay. Alright, that's not so bad. I think I want a little bit more white there, though. Like, maybe just in here. Just a little bit. Just kind of feels a little barren right there, maybe. Okay, so we got that one. All right, now where do I want? I think I kind of want you about here. roughly, potentially. Okay. Like my brain just kind of caught up with what's wrong with this. Uh, okay, let's not point the sharp pointy thing directly at my face. Now, I could have just kind of taken it straight through and just built up on top of it for the flamingo's body and just kind of ignored that. Could have. But somehow that felt like it was going to be more work than maybe I needed to do. Potentially. Now I am going to be adding some polyfill to the body just to kind of try to pop it up a little bit. So it's not quite so flat. I'm not going to add like a tremendous amount though. That's not what I wanted to do. Look at this. Put into here. It was a little encouraging when I was checking the weather earlier. The heat advisories have been dropped for not us. We weren't ever under one, but just to our south was, and just to our west was. They have not been reissued yet for tomorrow. It's probably still going to be hot as balls tomorrow, but slightly encouraged that maybe it won't be quite so surface of the sun. Hopefully. I want a little bit more on that. A bit. Just a bit more. All right. Like stabbing into a valley on my mat here. Probably not gonna get me too far too fast. Alright, so I do have a little bit of a gap here that hadn't necessarily intended. Like on the other side of my necky here. Let's try to fill that in. I hear you, but you've got to let that settle, sir. I very much hear you. Okay, so if we put that one there, I guess we can kind of at least figure out where. Do we want another one? Like, I don't know. Is it going to be weird if I add another one? I didn't want to go too crazy on clouds here. I hear you, Grumbles. No, it's not time for more yet. No. No. Oh, Mr. Dog. Oh my goodness, you're starting to sound demonic now. He's my little gremlin. In a different way from Bean. Bean is just the embodiment of chaos. What? A rain. Well, thank you for the rain. I appreciate that. Very much. Welcome, welcome. I hope your stream was good.
Let me guess. You crochet.
Perhaps sometimes. Were you crocheting tonight, though? That's the question.
Wiggles.
Oh, Mr. Dog. Mr. Dog. Hello, hello. I was working on a baby bag today while crashing out over stream issues, all while Bootsy, your cat, and stream supervisor watched on. I know that one. I've got plenty of stream supervisors. One of them has not descended upon my desk yet, thank goodness.
Yeah, but he's sitting here looking bored. Don't be
Yeah, I'm sure. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before the Chaos Bringer himself shows up in his true chaosy fashion. Well, that's good. Glad that you're managed to get some kind of work done, at least, in the middle of everything else happening. Alright, so I'm not gonna put this away just yet, because we're not quite done with it. But we're gonna set that off to the side for the moment. Put that up there. Just so it's out of the way. So, my name is Nisey. And we do a bunch of different stuff here. Sometimes we're gaming. And sometimes we're arting to some degree. Sometimes it's painting. And that could be either anything from oil, acrylic, or gouache. Once in a great while, watercolor. But that is very few and far between, and it's usually something just truly abstract. And when we're not doing art, we are doing games. So, my current schedule right now is we are doing arty things on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and we're doing gamey things on Tuesdays and Fridays. And when I'm not painting, then we are doing some sort of fiber art. Could be needle felting like we're doing tonight, or trying to do tonight, or I have recently started embroidery not too long ago. And we are working on all of those things. Working on a couple of kits for Christmas gifts, because, you know, these things take time, and unfortunately, even though it's July, if I don't want to be up till 5 a.m. every morning the month of December, then I need to get started on those now, because I've got a few of those to do. Very fun. You just sewed an apron for your mom. Nice. Very nice. Now, this is the kit that I'm working on currently. Let's see. So we got some chickens in there, with some snowflakes and stuff, some holly that I am starting to work on. That's one gift. And then I still have a butterfly, a cardinal, some kind of fish. It's either going to be a sailfish or a marlin or something like that, and a possum on a fainting couch. You made it out of old COVID masks that you had to disassemble. Hey, well, you know, at least you got to reuse it. Yeah, like, I don't know what to do for my brother. He's we don't have like the closest relationship, but I have to do something for him for Christmas. And at one point for birthdays, we were passing back and forth the same $20. And then that like started to get on my nerves. So I'm like, at this point, we might as well just not bother. Because this is getting stupid. So, last year I needle felted him something. Tried to make one of his dogs. But this year, we're gonna try a fish of some description. We did golf towels and golf theme from nice. So on Monday, no, excuse me, on Tuesdays we're doing Stardew Valley at the moment. We usually do some kind of something, I guess, that could be kind of considered cozy. It's either like a farm sim or some kind of simulation thingy. I've done Coral Island before. What else have we streamed? We've streamed Stardew Valley before. This is a fresh playthrough for me, that I'm working on. It's been some time since I was in there, and there's been a whole buttload of changes since I was last in there, so it's kind of, it's familiar, but not at the same time. There's been new things that are popping up on me as I'm going, and I'm like, oh, I don't remember this being here before. So, I mean, that's been kind of fun. And, oh yeah, we did Moonstone Island for a little bit. And, on Friday, we're doing Planet Zoo when life stops lifing and I can actually get a stream in on Fridays. Didn't Mayo get... I think Mayo was there, but they've added, like, moss and these, mushroom tree log things, and they've added dehydrators and fish smokers, and, what was something else that I ran into that I was so confused? Oh, there was, like, a green misty rain that I didn't know anything about, so when it happened, I was so confused. And they've added, like, fishy, like, a specific type of fish frenzy where there's, like, a pool of them in a specific spot, but you have to try to get up there before the frenzy ends, or you don't end up getting any of those fish from that pool, because the pool vanishes, which is, I found out the hard way. It's definitely been fascinating. They've added new seeds. I knew rice was a thing, but apparently digging up worms can give you summer squash now. Which I was like, since when is there summer squash in the game? But okay. So that's been new to me. It's been interesting coming across the new, to me, things. Because it's been quite some time since I've been in there. Like, I've missed several updates. Like, I know about the island with, like, the golden walnut you can go to. That's not entirely new to me, but there's some other stuff that is kind of new to me. But we are working our way through Planet Zoo. I'm in the middle of building a children's zoo. We're trying to get back to that on Fridays. We will be getting Planet Zoo 2, which I am looking forward to. I also have some stuff on the YouTube channel. I archive most of the live streams, so if you catch part of a project here that you didn't see the start of, or you want to see all of it later, you can usually find that over there. Most of everything's kind of on its own playlist, like not each individual project, but like I have a strict needle felting list, painting playlist. We've done tissue paper art. So I've got like a tissue paper art playlist over there. This is the gray, right? Yes. And then I've done some stuff that we didn't stream as well. So I've done some playthroughs of like Bear and Breakfast, Little Known Galaxy, Honey, I Joined a Cult. That was kind of fun in a weird kind of way. I should stream that. I didn't stream it when I did my first playthrough. It was just on the YouTube channel, but that was rather interesting. There's many ways you can go with that. But yeah, so generally I stream Tuesday through Friday. I have Saturday as a potential bonus stream day if stars align and I have time plus energy. I've been trying to use that to catch up on stuff. I'm also working on another embroidery project. It's a little more abstract, I guess. So I'm doing this on a canvas. This is, I think, 10 by 20. Did the design, filled the design in with hot glue, so it's kind of like raised up a bit. And now I'm working on embroidering over top of the raised up parts. This is gonna take me a while, and I was like, I don't have a deadline on this. I do have a deadline on the Christmas gift, so I've kind of shifted focus over to the Christmas gifts for right now, just because I've got a fair bit I need to do. There's a dog lurking behind my chair. Somewhere. I heard him. I heard my grumbly old man back there somewhere. Who is very sassy pupper. He's going on, we think he's going on 14. He's some sort of corgi mix. We're not really sure what the mix is. The only dog on the farm that he was at that even looked remotely partially like a corgi was his grandmother. And I felt kind of cheated when they were like, oh, it's a corgi mix. I'm like, distantly. But him and one of his brothers were too cute to just walk away empty-handed, so I ended up getting suckered in, and I really preferred one of his brothers, but I honestly almost didn't get him. Because the thing that made me grab him too was that there were kids on this farm, young kids. There was at least a young child, that kept like picking him up, and I think she was a toddler. She would like pick him up, and then he would kind of like fall out of her hands, kind of face first towards the ground, and he was just being manhandled by this child, and the parents didn't seem to be doing anything about it. And I was like, I must save him. He must come with us, because she didn't seem to be bothering with any of the other ones. And I'm like, I'm sorry, kid, but no. He's coming with us. But I mean, I think they were free, so at least I didn't pay for something that should have looked more like a corgi and wasn't, and felt like false advertising. I almost ended up with a real corgi, or what was supposedly a real corgi, but they placed the ad in a newspaper that was like 8 hours from where they were. Like they were down on the border in northern Louisiana and we were up in northwestern Arkansas, and I'm like, that's a long drive. I don't know about this. Like, I really wanted them, but the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, I don't know about this drive. Like, when we, like, I really definitely wanted it, and then we found out where they were. We thought they were somewhere local, and then the guy is telling us where he's at, and we're like, wait, you're not up here? We're like, what is your ad doing up here? So then we kind of like backed out because it's like, no, we're not. That's too far. Because that probably would have involved a hotel stay. That's a long time to drive, especially with a puppy. Like, I start getting antsy at like the 7-hour mark in the car. We've done 9 to 10 hour car drive before, but it's not fun. It's not fun. 10's about my limit. 9, I'm like climbing the doors trying to get out of the car. I was like, I'm done now. We've kind of like had to suck it up. Well, I guess the one day it was closer to 11 hours. We lost an hour clock time wise when we were driving because we were driving through time zones. We had to swap time zones. We were driving from Central Time Zone to Eastern Time Zone. Although no, I guess coming home was when it would be longer though. Yeah. Yeah. Then we had to redo the hour that we just did. So yeah, well, yeah. It's a pain in the ass drive when we do that. For us to drive from where we are to where my brother is in Florida. It's not a fun drive because we try to get it done in 2 days. It's a long drive. So we try to stay on the interstates. We don't like taking local roads that could be like through windy, mountainy hills and stuff. We get enough of that here on the interstate, let alone on the roads that we are very unfamiliar with. Like, no thanks, I'm good. Besides, then we can go to Buc-ee's. Though I did find out there's apparently a Buc-ee's about 2.5 hours from where we live. But it's sort of become a vacation tradition. Never been to one. It's crazy. Like, I don't know what to compare it to. It's it's always a wild experience. It kind of feels like a feeding frenzy whenever you're in there, depending, I guess, if you're close to like a peak meal time. So if you're like really close to lunch or really close to dinner, it's pretty constant chaos, it seems, during the day, the times that we've been there, but it's worse like right at like lunch meal times. Like there's been lines for the bathrooms. And they've got quite a number of stalls in their bathrooms. Like going well down a hallway and like out onto their sales floor. But they're clean for as much business as they get in there. There's always people in there. Sometimes the attendants are like directing traffic. This one's open, trying to keep people moving. It's quite the chaotic storm in there. And then they've got all kinds of stuff that you can buy, like home goods. like knickknacks for your house, t-shirts, sweatshirts, coats. Um, I think at one point I saw like a wagon that you could pull, coolers, grills. It is crazy. And then they've got, you know, food. They've got like convenience store kind of stuff, like at your typical gas station, just more of it, like coolers of drinks, and then there's fountain drinks, and then there's snackies, and they've got like a whole section of just beef jerky, like any kind of, well, I guess just jerky in general, because I think there's all different kinds in there. And then they've got like a whole section of just like gummy candy in different shapes and stuff. And then they've got like their chips and everything. They've got the, and then they have their own stuff that they've made.
And all of it wall to wall with chubby Americans seeking out their delicious food for their pilgrimage.
He jokes, but people have made that destinations before.
Pardon my language, is absolutely fucking nuts.
Yeah. It's something. It is definitely something. Probably kind of, sort of, yeah, like they don't allow semi tractor trailers in there. And they don't want you overnight parking in their parking lots either. Um, the one time we had to stop, it was such a frenzy at the gas pumps. Like we couldn't even get in. Like we went in and got our lunch first, and then on the way out finally managed to find a gas pump that we could get into. It was crazy. And they've got quite a number of gas pumps too. They had like two different areas on the side of the building. And for food, you know, they've got like hot bars, they've got like candied nuts, fudge, cookies. Um and it's like homemade fudge, kind of as homemade as it can be. And then they've got like brisket that they're constantly cutting as it's like coming off the smokers and stuff. And then they've got different sandwiches and sandwich combos you can get. And oh, we've got this over here, we've got that over. It's wild. If you get anxious with large crowds, do keep that in mind if you ever go into one. If you're in there at like a super peak time. We've only ever been in there closer to lunchtime or between lunch and dinner, just with the way timing was on our driving. We usually stop at one in Georgia, one specific one in Georgia. Where is it? It's off 75 in Georgia. Fort something. Where like the exit you get off of is like specifically called like Bucky's Drive or something. There was another one that we got off at, and I think that was in Alabama. That had a weird setup. There was like a roundabout or like a little circle that you had to take to get into their parking lot. That one was just as crazy. Like all of them were super busy. We're getting one in Arkansas, but it's not near where we are. It's kind of like out in the middle of the state. It's actually going to be closer to go to the one in southern Missouri for us than to go to the one in Arkansas, which is crazy to think about. So I am using, again, acrylic yarn for this. Most people use roving. Acrylic yarn's a little bit better on my budget because I can get a lot more acrylic yarn for the money than I can with like the wool roving. Just takes a little bit more prep time on it. It doesn't come fluffy. You have to make it fluffy. But it is possible. Just kind of trying to shade my clouds here. But, yeah, we're just trying to survive the heat right now. Because, ugh. It is not a fun time heat-wise here right now. Like, we have air conditioning, but it's only doing so much. And our part of the house isn't connected. Like, there's something wrong with the ductwork for the central air conditioning. So this particular part of the house that we're in doesn't get it. We have to use fans to kind of move it from the other rooms in the house in our direction. When we had this new central air conditioning unit put in, there was an existing one, but it was replaced for something that was a little bit more size appropriate for the house. We had said to those people, we're like, hey, could you like take a look at the ducts while you're under there and kind of tell us what the heck's going on? Because we're not getting any cold air coming out of the runs in this particular room. But in the winter, we'll get cold air blowing out of the ducts. And like no heat, no air conditioning. And they're like, "Oh, we don't do duct work." I'm like, "What? Oh, can't you just install the unit itself?" All right. Couldn't tell us who to talk to instead. Oh, we don't do duct work. Okay. Like, I don't want to be air conditioning the underside of our house in the crawl space. You know, that's asinine. And we haven't had the money to have anybody come out and check it, so we like taped over the vents since it wasn't doing anything to try to keep in what warm air and what cool air we could get into this room. We're like, we'll deal with this later at another time, I guess. And that other time just hasn't come about yet. That's fun. But very, very warm. Alright. I'm gonna come back to my polyfill. And we're gonna see here about adding this in. Right, like I want to... This is just normal polyfill pillow toy stuffing. Actually holds its shape pretty well. Which one was the Crafter's Choice polyfill? I think I got this one from Walmart. Okay, so see about adding this in carefully so I don't lose my shape here. How about we use the fingers that are protected? I put the protective equipment on the finger, and then that's the finger that I like never put in the crossfire. Because it feels stiff, like my finger's splinted, and I'm like, oh, I should keep my finger out of the way. These things make my fingers sweat so bad. The things we do to do the things we like, right? So I'm adding this in. Yeah, they're not real leather, they're like a fake suede leather. They're very hot. Actually, I thought my finger would be more pruny than that. The thumb's starting to get there. Now, these do help. They're not foolproof, though. You can still stab through them.
Ask how she knows.
Yeah. It is possible. I don't know if I just happened to hit on the seam and it went in through the seam or what. It also depends on how hard you are stabbing. If you're just doing like the gentle stabbing, you can usually like just tap it and glance off of it. But it is possible to go through these. But they're kind of there to slow this thing down in case you do get through it. The worst I've ever done is like a pinprick. Like if you were sewing with a sewing needle and you like pricked your finger. That's the worst I've ever done. Which is not bad. So I mean they do a job. I'm sure it would be much worse if I didn't have these on. Because these the needle felting needles, they've got little notches cut in around the needle to grab the fluff, to grab your fiber, to shove it down in to kind of like force weave it together. So, I would not want to get this in my finger up to where the barbs are. That's gonna be quite a feat and quite a problem because you can't just push it through your finger because it's a certain thickness to here and then it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, and then this is what the rest of the needle looks like. Got the little army on it. You can felt with it like this. The handle makes it much easier, I will say. Much easier. And then the handle works as storage as well. When you are done working, you can just flip the needle the opposite way on your little stopper there, and then that will protect it from stabbing anything or hurting anybody. Alright. I'll flip this guy upside down. I can see what I'm doing. So the whole point of me adding the polyfill, this is completely optional. Completely. I am doing it just to try to give my critter here just a little bit of a raised up feeling to him. We'll see if it actually ends up working, just so he's not quite so flat. Alright, that's all I'm kind of looking for here. Again, completely optional. Uh-oh. Hi, Chaos Demon. What is up? What? Are you trying to come up? Alright, come on. For a minute. For a minute. You're not gonna come up now that I'm ready for you? Come on. Up, up. Really? You coming?
Come here, Beans. Come on, let's go for this, huh?
I'm like
There you go.
ready for him.
There you go. Be the desk cat you are destined to be.
Hi, Chaos Child. He is the youngest. He's kind of just hit a year old. Approximately.
Void Kitty, yes.
Yes.
I don't think it's first Void Kitty I've ever had.
Really?
Don't chew on her.
Hey, no, that's mine.
No, you can't have the straw.
No.
He's worse than the orange cat, I swear.
It seems that way. No, you can't have that. Are you going to sit down? Are you sitting? Are you staying for a minute without destroying everything? What you doing? No, we're not going to chew on that.
Wanna bet?
Hi. Boop. What you doing? So he's just about a year old. We ended up fostering him late July, early August last year. He had been grazed by a car. Nobody knows where he came from, how he got there. No, you can't have that. I don't think so. And he had some road rash. And they weren't sure if he was actually on solids yet. He did have some teeth though. So, what are you doing? Do you see the camera? Do you see the fluff flying through the air? That's my camera. No, 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 no. Child, come here. All right. Oh, meow. Visit's done. All done. Go find someone to play with.
You did. You wanted a desk cat. You've now got a desk cat.
Yeah.
You got no right to complain.
Yes, I do have a desk cat.
She complained for literal years that none of the cats would cuddle up with her or get on her desk or show her love and attention. And now she gets it, she's like, oh no, I don't want the cat on my desk. Too late.
Well, I don't want him eating everything on my desk. I used to have a lot more stuff on my desk. A lot more stuff. I've had to... It's sitting in a box and in a trash bag.
Sorry, my internal mind is now chanting chaos along with, how do you pronounce that? Lanella.
Vanilla,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just chanting chaos. Chaos. Chaos in the background.
He is the embodiment of chaos. So like that same day, the shelter called us as soon as we got home with him. They're like, oh, we found somebody that wants to adopt him. And we're like, oh, that was fast. We hadn't even settled in at our house yet. I think we were in the house like 20 minutes. And then they called us back like 2 hours later. Oh, never mind. That fell through. We're like, okay, that was fast. And then the husband said there was another potential foster somewhere in between there and the next
there was
one.
A total of 3 fosters.
I didn't know about the second one. I knew about the third one.
Well, the second one, literally, they contacted me within the hour and said, no, that fell through.
Okay.
So the first one we didn't find out for a day. The second one, it was like an hour, and then we're on the third one that you're on.
And then, they had contacted us in the middle of August, or towards the end of August, and they're like, yeah, so he's gonna be old enough to get fixed at our cat clinic coming up the beginning of August on this date. We need you to deliver him to the cat clinic to be fixed, and we have a home somebody wants to adopt him, and they're going to pick him up from the cat clinic from being fixed. So your obligation is going to end when you drop him off that morning to get fixed. And we were like, oh, okay. So we kind of said our goodbyes to him and everything, and he went to go get fixed, and we didn't hear anything else. And didn't hear anything. About a week later, I was scrolling through Facebook, which is how we were contacting our town shelter. And there was a post on there from one of the people that ran it. A very angry post on there about how upset they were that this family that said they wanted the cats ghosted them. They never heard from them again. Couldn't get in contact with them. They didn't show up to pick up the cat from the spay and neuter clinic. Could not be gotten a hold of through text, phone calls, nothing. And they had a very strongly worded post about people doing this and ruining potential adoptions by doing this because maybe they turned somebody else down. Or maybe this has happened before where people were turned down and then they filled their spot with someone else when they would have gladly taken that one. And now they didn't have room to take another one. And we called them and we're like, hey, you could have called us to come and get him again and put him back into foster. And they're like, well, we're having trouble getting his adoption to happen. So we have partnered with another cat rescue that has a small adoption area at Tractor Supply's pet supply place called Pet Sense. And they've agreed to take him and they're going to put him in their adoption center to try to get some more eyes on him. Because up there, you're going to get people coming and going from multiple cities that have popped in. I never really saw them to be all that busy in the times that we were in there, though. And there were times where young Mr. Bean, and we called him Mr. or Mrs. Bean because when we first ended up with them, they were so little, nobody knew what sex they were. It took us a few days to figure that out. It might have been more like a week or so, but that finally got sorted. And so Bean became Mr. Bean. And because we just couldn't keep calling them cat. We had to call them something, and we figured Bean was neutral enough where we could flip that to Mrs. Bean or Mr. Bean. But we were like, oh, and we had to put him, we had a dog kennel that we would set up for the cats at times where we needed to sequester a cat. We would make a little tiny litter box and shove it in there, and there was enough room for like a small bowl of water and cat food. There were times where he needed timeouts to be destimulated and to calm his ass down. And he needed an enforced nap, at least for a few minutes. And he would howl his head off in there, climbing the walls. And it was like the scene out of a prison movie where he was just going crazy and hanging from the ceiling of the dog crate. And like it was like a metal barred crate on all sides. And I'm like, oh my god. And I'm just picturing him acting like this up there at the pet store, and the pet store is gonna be like, yo, this cat can't stay here. Like this cat's not. And it was getting, it was at that point it was the middle of September. Halloween was coming. Black cats, Halloween. We're in a Bible Belt area where some people celebrate Halloween and other people insist on calling it fall festivals. And I'm like, I don't I don't like the thought of this cat.
Specifically, I have to point out we are in a farming community where the value of an animal's life is sometimes a little bit less than we prefer.
Yes.
And we're also in an area where kids who rebel do stupid and oftentimes violent things.
Yes.
So there was more than a little concern about what might happen to a black cat that gets adopted right before
It
a
was
holiday that brings them out in droves.
I have seen posts about neighbors, not necessarily neighbors to us, but other people on multiple Facebook pages for our town that have started where people have gotten pissed that a neighborhood cat, not sure if it was a stray or belonged to somebody specifically, um had stepped on their car and left a footprint, and they were threatening to shoot it with a BB gun if it came back onto their property. So, some people in this immediate area are a little neurotic. And I was deeply concerned. Um, you know, and I'm like, oh dear. And this cat loves to bite our faces. Like, not angrily bites. He like bites our noses. Like, we'll be petting him and
he's very good now.
he still does it.
He still does it, but he does it very gently.
I have to remind him gentle. He's tried to pierce my nose a couple times recently.
He has not bit me hard in more than a month.
You.
Well, again, you wanted a cat that would love you. Welcome to cat love. It's a little rough.
With him, yes. Yes, it's definitely a little rough. I've got all kinds of marks. I've got a bruise. That's from him biting me. Like, he's definitely a rough and tumble kind of guy. But the husband's like, oh, all of the cats I've ever had that I got from rescue have bit me.
Yep, every last one.
And it kept flipping around in my head that this cat loves to bite our noses, and he has an obsession with my feet and ankles, and he's just constantly biting them and clawing them, and I was so concerned for his safety coming that close to Halloween. And we kind of looked at each other, and I'm like, I don't know about this. And we kind of decided, you know what? We'll just take him. Don't take him up there. We'll keep him. You'll have to take us off your foster available list, but we'll just take him.
I still think they were expecting it.
Maybe. He was quite the handful. But I mean, there's a bond that forms with a kitten when he has violent... Never had this happen before either. I've never really had that small of a kitten though. His first like day that he was with us, he just kept yelling at us, and we didn't know what the problem was. And they had given us canned food because, you know, they figured, oh, small kitten, we don't know if he's had solids before. We'll give you like the wet small cans of kitten food. But he was also on antibiotics because of the road rash that he had suffered, and they didn't know if there was anything else more serious going on, so we were kind of keeping an eye on it. And I guess between the antibiotics, the stress of everything that had happened to him, and the new wet food, he was having explosive tummy troubles out the back end, and he decided he was going to climb on me. He was on my back, clinging to my shoulder. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And he had been yelling at me, and I'm like, what do you want, guy? Like, I don't know what you want. And I'm petting him. And then there was a wet noise, and it was horrible down my back. I was alone with him in a separate room because we were keeping him separate at the time because he had just gotten there and we didn't want him too overwhelmed with our other animals, and we didn't know if there was anything else going on with him yet. They were still waiting for some blood work or whatever to come back. And the husband had gone somewhere to get something. He was not in the house. He came back and I'm sitting there because I couldn't get up and leave because I didn't want to drag a mess further. And I'm sitting there on the floor and I'm like just hysterically crying. And he's like, "Oh my God, what's wrong?" And I'm like, "Get the cat and like get me a shirt." And he goes, "What?" And then he goes, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah. Yeah, I think he went to go get dry food." Cause we're like, I don't think this wet food's agreeing with him. I think it's too much liquid happening here, and we had talked to the foster people, and they're like, "Yeah, they're like that's what we had, but if you want to try him on dry kitten food, that shouldn't be a problem." So I think he had gone to get the dry kitten food.
I want to bond with the kitten, but I don't want to go through the trouble of bonding with the kitten.
Oh, I certainly bonded with him that day. That is the first and only cat that has ever done that to me.
Well, that's because usually I'm the one doing the immediate raising.
And that was an experience. But I mean, after all that, it just didn't feel right. And he's still a chaos gremlin. Like, he's right now, he sleeps in the spare bedroom that we have currently. It's where the mother-in-law sleeps when she's here. But when she's not here, it's now become that cat's bedroom. Um, he got so used to being in there that if you open the door to go in there to get something, he's like at your feet trying to get in there. And if we don't put him to bed in there at night, if it starts to be getting pretty late, like close to midnight or something, he's in my face. He starts clawing me. He starts beating me up. And then he starts getting into trouble. Because he knows when he's getting into trouble, he goes for a timeout. And we let him calm down in there. And then he can come back out when he's ready to behave. In trouble, I mean by just destroying everything and attacking everybody, and it's just like, no, you need a destimulation moment here. Let's go. Um but if he doesn't go in there at a certain time, he starts to get mad. But then he also acts like he doesn't want to go in there, so I think he wants, like, for a while we were staying in there with him. We were taking turns. But he seems to be doing okay in there overnight on his own now. We tried to let him out last night. We're trying to give him more freedom. Your cat had a lot of worms, and the day before his first vet appointment, he started coughing up worms, and then 2 days before his second vet, did it again. Oh my goodness. He's not food motivated at all, so he's not trainable. Oh my goodness. I think Bean would be food motivated. He loves people food, even when he can't have it. Um, he loves watermelon. um, when he was still very, very small kitten, um, we were letting him out, as he was getting a little bit bigger, so that he could start socializing with the dogs. The one dog loves him. Um, and and the other cats and all, so he could get used to being around the other animals. And I was sitting at my desk, and he got up here, and I had a bowl of watermelon in front of me, and that little fucker stuck his feet into my bowl and was pulling out watermelon and trying to run away with it so that he could eat it. He loves Rice Krispies, dry Rice Krispies. He loves rice checks. Um, whatever we give the dogs, he wants to eat it, whether it's dry or wet. We need to break him of getting on the stove. That's a bad thing. And he's not really afraid of tinfoil or anything, so trying to put tinfoil up there is not going to do a damn thing. He doesn't care. So sometimes when we're cooking, he has to go hang out in the bedroom until the stove cools down, so he doesn't try to jump up there in the middle of his cooking. The vets were shocked that he wasn't interested in food after he got neutered beyond just slightly, despite not. Oh, jeez. He always treat it like it's on and pull him off. Granted, he's only done it once. Oh, wow. Yeah, like we've yelled at him. We've done everything. We immediately pull him off and chase him off of there. It's not working. So whenever we are cooking and he's showing interest, he doesn't always show interest in the stove, but when he's being particularly interested in sitting at the base of it, staring up, we're like, you're gonna go hang out in the other room for a while. Why don't you go take a nap? If it's something you can have, we will save some of it for you. We will save you a treat for later. I don't think we've actually given him cat treats yet. I don't know if my mom has. I'll put it that way. She may have. We haven't. He likes to hang out with the guinea pigs. He wants to try to eat the guinea pigs. We have chicken wire over our guinea pig cage. Yeah, like none of our other cats have cared about the stove. Well, no. Cal would jump up there, but only like in the middle of the night or when it was cold. He'd never really show interest in what we were cooking. But there were mornings where we woke up and found cat footprints on top of it. But he'd never try to jump up there when we were actively doing anything. Bean, on the other hand, can't be trusted. He's too smart for his own good. He's watched us open doorknobs and tries to open doorknobs now. Fortunately, we don't have any like flat lever doorknobs. They're all round, so he can't quite get them open. That hasn't stopped him from trying, though.
He slaps some things silly.
Yeah, like I'll be in the bathroom and he wants to come in there. He's not allowed in there anymore while I'm in there because he tries to attack my butt while I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be sitting there and suddenly I've got cat claws in my ass. So he's not allowed in anymore, so he gets mad when he's on the outside in the hallway, and all of a sudden the doorknob starts shaking like there's an earthquake happening, and it's just like tap 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 tap, rattle rattle rattle, and then you like hear him like body slam the door, and then you can hear him sliding down the door and then throwing himself against it again, and then the doorknob starts shaking and I'm like, dude, chill. You're not allowed in here anymore. You've lost your bathroom privileges when I'm in here. No. And then, he's too curious. He almost ended up in the toilet at one point. While it was flushing. Because he's too damn curious. So it's like, we have to... We have to put boundaries in place, my guy. But we tried to let him be free last night. And he was doing fairly well. As far as we knew. Yeah, no, he was like hanging over the side of the toilet while I'm trying to flush it. And I'm like, if you get in that toilet and I have to give you a bath, I'm going to be mad. I'm like trying to pull him off the side of the toilet seat. And he's fighting me every step of the way. And I'm like, so he's not allowed in there anymore.
You can tell he's a very intelligent cat. Because he knows exactly how to get into trouble.
Yes. Yes, he does. Very much so. He escaped on us exactly once. He got out on my mom. And it was dark out. And there's not that many streetlights around here. And people drive like chodes around here, and we're on the main road that goes through our town. Fortunately, traffic wasn't very heavy at that moment, but trying to find a black cat that's gone under your car in the dark, that is suddenly being intrigued by the outside cat that has decided that they live at your house when you have no idea where they came from, was a problem because I didn't want him to start chasing her and then them both vanish into the darkness. So that was a terrifying bit of time. We finally did manage to get him, obviously, but I'm like, if one of us sinks our hands on him, do not let go, no matter how hard he claws you.
Apparently, your mother's been hanging around outside hoping that cute little possum would show up so she could watch it eat.
She's afraid of him.
Not anymore. Apparently, now she loves the damn thing. So
She knows it's gonna get bigger, right?
Yeah. So she's waiting outside to see it.
Uh-huh.
And she finally gave up, so she stepped inside, and the raccoon immediately showed up.
Oh.
Now the big fucker's eating the cat food.
Oh, good. It's been a while since the raccoons have been around.
Well, assuming it's even the same raccoons. I mean, it's been a couple years, hasn't it?
Yeah, that time it was 3. It kind of seemed like siblings the way they were behaving.
Yeah, they were a little too sociable.
They were kind of like punching each other a little bit and roughhousing each other. So it used to be a really big farming community, and now it's turning into suburbs instead of farmland. There's still some farms around, but in the time that we've been here, I think the population's increased by at least 2,000 people. I think we moved here like 2012. But we're kind of outside of Fayetteville, Arkansas. We're up like in the northwestern corner. It's closer for us to go to the zoo in Tulsa than it is to go to the zoo in Little Rock. That's how up in the corner we are. Alright, so let me get this guy in. So again, I'm just kind of filling this in just to try to give it a little more substance to it, just to raise it up a little bit so that when I come in with the color, it hopefully won't be as flat. Like, I was trying to get him a little bit raised up. I guess the better way to do that would have been to like felt this off of here and then add it, but I also want to get back to the smaller magnets that I was making at some point, so this guy's not quite 8x10 size. It's eventually I'm going to mount it to this. I have to drill another hole. So it's going to be like this way. And then we're going to build a frame on here around it. I've got some bamboo strips, like trim kind of. Do I have any? Yeah. I think we're going to build a frame out of this. And we'll paint it, everything. So the last one that I did like that is, oh, jeez, would be this guy. Oh, who got cats? This was in a cardboard box, and they were shredding the cardboard box. Oh, that's a scratch. You can see all the cat fur on this. But I have to touch up that frame, that scratch there. But I did that one not that long ago. we've got that. Well, at least falling in the tub, you know, that's not so bad. You just have a wet cat. I can handle a wet cat. Trying to get the cat wet in the first place, though, I'd rather not. Trying to wash the dogs is hard enough. But yeah, we tried to let Mr. Bean be out all night the other night. Last night, in fact. We're trying to test his ability to chill overnight, because he's pretty good during the day, for the most part. He has moments during the day, some days, depending on how extra he's being. But, last night, he was doing pretty well till maybe 4 in the morning. 3:34, somewhere around in there. I had not fallen asleep yet. It was so hot in here. And, all of a sudden, I'm laying there trying to fall asleep, and he does a battle cry when he's about to get into trouble. All of a sudden, I hear this chirpy little and I'm like, oh no, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you about to do? And he got on my chair. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Then he got on my desk, and I had tried to put up the most harmful things that he could get in trouble with. So I had to put up my one stick lighter. I'd put up my scissors and other stuff that he could get in trouble with. Because, yes, he has tried to eat these blade first down his throat. And I'm like, what are you doing? Cat's got a death wish. And, so now I have to make sure all that shit's put up if I'm not sitting here with it. And next thing I know, now I have a nightlight that I keep on so I can see the critters in the darkness so that I'm not completely blind. This cat loves everything. Everything he shouldn't chew on. Zip ties that I have, like, holding my monitor to the desk so the cats can't knock it off. Any kind of wire. I've never seen a cat this chewy before. I've got a metal stand next to me. This thing. That I use to sometimes hold, some of the embroidery stuff I'm doing. He's chewing on that. He's chewing on everything he shouldn't. And he makes me nervous because he likes to jump on my PC tower. My PC tower used to be under my desk. It was a pain in the ass to get to, but I didn't need to get to it that often. Until he found it. And he would jump up there. And we had to pull it out from under the desk and sit it on a table next to my desk. And he's still jumping on top of it. But I had to do that because he'll jump on it enough times where he's unseating one of my RAM sticks. And then I keep getting kernel memory failures popping up on my screen and my computer just suddenly restarting out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? What do you mean? I thought I had a stick of RAM going bad or there was something wrong with my computer. Because I've had these issues before where a motherboard went bad. And I'm like, no, we're not doing this again. And I was starting to freak out. It turned out we had to take one of the RAM out and put it back in. And then it didn't do it anymore. And he will jump up there with such force that every so often we have to do that now. I'm like, really, guy? He had stopped doing it for a while, and I thought we were good. But now he'll get up there and just sit on the top of my computer, and my computer has a mesh screen on the very top of it. I guess so it can breathe better. And I don't like him sitting up there, because then he's blocking the airflow. But then he, like, crouches down like a gargoyle with his head over the back of my PC where all the wires are coming out of. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then he's like, he knows he's getting in trouble, so he won't get out of there. And then he, like, kind of doubles down and crouches harder. And so I cannot see what he's doing. I'm like, oh, you better get out of there. And so last night, he did his battle cry a couple of times to the point that the husband woke up and he's like, what are you doing? And then he got on top of my PC and I can just see this black blob looking at the top of this one set of storage drawers. I have all of my art supplies and I have a herd of plushies sitting on top of it from various trips and things that we've been on. And he's looking at the plushies and he's starting to stand on his back legs and the husband's like, don't you dare. And he's like trying to double down. The husband had to get up and grab him. Pussy also goes up, but unfortunately, if either. Oh yeah, no. Oh, I have a power button on the top too, and I learned this from our one of our other cats. We have taken the power button's kind of flush with the top of the computer, but you know when you press on it, it goes in, right? We've taken bottle caps off of a water bottle and taped it over the power button. And because the power button was of a size that this covered it entirely. So we took some, I think, Scotch tape or masking tape. We took some kind of tape. Might have been packing tape. And we put a piece on the top and the other piece is attached to my tower. So when I need to turn it on, I just flip this up, hit the button, and then put it back on. So that way if he steps up there, the power button is entirely covered by this. So find yourself a plastic lid of some description that has a little bit of height on it so that it's not flush, and tape it over it, at least one side. It might help. Because Cal turned the husband's computer off a couple of times. And I think he turned mine off at least once, climbing on top of the tower. Like, I think we've cut apart, like, detergent bottles a couple of times. To make something to put over there when we didn't have a lid, like a Gatorade bottle lid or something would probably even work, just to sit over top of it, just so long as none of the edge of the bottle cap is touching the power button. As long as it's centered in there. Even if they step on that plastic lid, it shouldn't turn it off, as long as it doesn't have contact with the button. Yeah, no, we've definitely had to make power button guards. I don't know if the husband still has his, but I definitely have mine, because he will stand up there on top of it. Every time he does that, I'm like sitting here holding my breath. Is my computer about to turn off? I'm like, get down! So, husband had to grab him. And, he's like, okay, guess what? It's time for you to go have a nap in the other room now. Because you're getting into trouble. He usually claws the hell out of my feet whenever I'm laying down. Even when I was sleeping in the other room with him, I had to have a mountain of thick blankets over my feet. Didn't matter how hot it was. Because if I didn't, he would get me through the blanket. So there had to be like at least, let's see, I had a sheet, a throw blanket, another throw blanket, and then there was a thick blanket that we doubled up so that his nails wouldn't get me. Because he would try to attack my feet through the blanket and my legs. I had to like armor up. I would be cocooned and sweating to death. I'm like, oh my god, cat. I said, it's a good thing you're cute and I love you. Because holy heck. This is getting a bit ridiculous. Because he was bored, so he's like, play with me. I know what'll get you to make noises that are fun, then you'll play with me. So I would wake up to getting clawed the heck out of my legs. Or I also woke up with him trying to suffocate me. A couple of times. I woke up to him laying on my face, purring his head off, because he wanted me to pet him. And I'm like, this is terribly cute, but I also need to be able to breathe, guy. And he's like readjusting himself as he's like falling off my pillow, trying to sit on my nose. I'm like, okay, but I still need to breathe. A couple of times I woke up because I didn't like the we have a foam mattress and we don't have a bed frame. We're just our mattress sits on the box spring. We didn't trust the frame not to put a mark in the floor that's in here. So, his husband and I are a little bit on the heavier side, so we're like, yeah, I don't want to destroy the floor. So I don't need to have this on a bed frame. That's fine. Less money to spend, right? So, the mother-in-law's bed in there, it's very old. It's a springy box spring and a springy old mattress. But I don't know why, but every time I lay on her bed, it just feels like it's constantly shaking slightly. I don't know if it's from the furnace slash AC unit running outside her window, but I just always, I can feel like slight movement constantly happening. And it starts to get to me after a while. So I usually would take the mattress off of her box spring and put it directly on the floor. So I would sleep with the mattress on the floor. Well, Mr. Bean and my head would be like up against the bed frame. So the box spring was on the bed frame still. So he'd be slightly above my head if he was laying on the box spring. I would wake up to him laying on the box spring with his head hanging over, looking at me with his front feet on either side of my head. And I'm like, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden, he like, split second, like the intrusive thought one, dig his nails into either side of my head and just start ripping. And I'm like, stop! I was like, dude, that hurts. And we didn't have a power guard on the PC that was in husband's mother's room. And we would usually have something playing on his PC in there, and I was using the light from the TV as the night light in there a lot of the time. And I would wake up at times to total darkness, and I'm like, the fuck happened? And the husband wouldn't have fallen asleep yet. I'm like, can you fix the thing? Because it's your old PC, and it's just easier if you fix the thing, because you've got a trackpad on there and not a mouse at the moment, and I can't deal with that trackpad. I've had to deal with it before briefly, and I hated it. And so he comes in and fixes it. I'm like, why did it turn off? He goes, I have no idea. And then we were sitting there a few minutes later, and the cat's messing around back there. He either stepped on the surge protector and turned it off, or he stepped on the power button somehow on that PC, because he was climbing all over it, and turned it off. I'm like, and then I gave up and just put stuff on my Kindle and had it next to me, because at least that he couldn't turn it off. I'm like, guy, come on. He loves to climb. He's not very graceful about it, but he loves to climb. We think there might have been a bit more damage from the car hitting him than they realized, because he is not a graceful cat. He can barely get out of his own way. When he's chasing a toy through the house or a laser pointer, he'll get going so hard that when he goes to stop, he slides and his back legs like slide out from underneath of him. Kind of looks like a baseball player sliding into a base. Bootsy screams at demons in the walls. Peebut does that too sometimes. He doesn't scream, but he will just meow incessantly, staring at the wall. For like a half an hour or more. He will just sit there and stare at a spot on the wall. He hasn't done it much recently, which makes me wonder if that's where the mice were that we were finding up in the attic at one point. He would just sit there, meow, 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 meow. Half an hour. I'm like, dude, stop. I'm like, what is the problem? And he wouldn't leave. We would like try to distract him. he might walk away from it for 5 minutes, and then he'd be right back. At least we don't have that. That would be a whole nother level of creepy. Because we live in an area that some people say is, haunted in places. Don't know how true it is. I've had...
Well, it's not gonna be haunted here. We ain't anywhere near there.
We're nearby. There's been other homes in the area that I've heard people. Don't know how true they are. I've not had anything specific happen here. There was a couple nights where I was here alone. When... Ow! Hey! Ow, that's my ass! Hi, can I help you? Yes? What's the matter? Why'd you claw my ass? You can't have my chair. No. Do you want to get sprayed? No claws. Thank you. God damn it. His nails are sharp. We need to cut his nails again. Do not claw my feet. No. No. Boy. I've not had anything happen here specifically. And okay, that's my toes. Your teeth do not belong on my toes. So, could we not? Then he was reaching up under my keyboard tray and trying to claw sensitive areas that I don't want him clawing at all. Cat feet don't belong there.
Wow.
So let's not. We need a jock strap. This cat around. I was saying, so yeah, I haven't had anything happen here specifically that I can say, oh yeah, no. I have in other places that I've lived that I can't quite explain. Like, we live near a Civil War battlefield. And I've heard stories from other people, don't know how true they are, because I haven't experienced it myself. I will say the one night I was here alone, I never found the source, but I heard a crash. I think in this room was set up as a living room at the time. That we're currently in, and I was in a room on the other side of the house. And I heard this like loud crash, and I was like, what the fuck? It was like 2 or 3 in the morning. I was still up. I used to work grave shift, so it's not unheard of me to still be awake at like 4 or 5. And I walked into this room. Not a thing was out of place. Everything was as it was, as far as I could tell. And I'm like, the fuck just happened? Now, there are times where I thought I've seen something out of the corner of my eye that I couldn't figure out, but nothing that I can say definitively definitely happened. Now, I've had other weird things happen, but not in this house. Like, I'll swear I saw someone, like, walk down the hallway. Like, the outline of somebody walk down the hallway, and I'll turn my head. I'm like, who was that? As I'm, like, mentally trying to count for the people that are in the house currently. And nothing's there. And I'm like, it was so quick. And I'm like, maybe I just imagined it. But it was kind of like person height. So I was like, okay. I don't know if I liked that. But, you know, couldn't really prove it. I didn't fully see it head on happen. It was just kind of out of the corner. Could it have been just an animal shadow? Could it have been like a shadow from a car going by outside? Could have been like a shadow from my hair moving where it caught the corner of my eye closer to my face and I just didn't realize that's what it was. Possible. Don't know for sure. But in my grandmother's house, there was definitely some weird things going on in there. My grandfather died when I was in 5th grade. He had some kind of a litany of stuff wrong with him. But I think some sort of cancer, I think, is eventually what got him. I'm not sure what kind. I was too young to really know. And they just didn't really tell me. But I basically pretty much lived there throughout the summer for the most part on the weekends. Like most of the time. And so I was still staying there after he passed away. So my grandmother wasn't alone and my mom needed somebody to watch my ass because she didn't trust me home alone. And I would spend the night there. And my grandfather, when he was alive, he would be getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. They had separate bedrooms. I guess because he got up and down so often, or maybe he was up late and she wanted to go to bed, or maybe that's just how they did it after they got to a certain point. They seemed to still love each other very much, but they had separate bedrooms. So I guess like once my dad and his brother had moved out of the house, I guess they did that or something. When they had the room too. But I would sleep in my grandmother's room with her while he was still alive. And he walked a specific way through the house and he was heavier. So if I woke up, you could hear him walking through the house. The floor was a little creaky. So you could hear him taking his steps, his slow steps, walking to the bathroom, and then walking back to his room. After he died, and I'd be spending the night, I was in his room because I was older and stuff, and she didn't care. And I'd be laying there trying to fall asleep. She would be asleep in her room. And I would hear the creaking on the floor exactly as it sounded when he was walking through at night. And I'm like, the fuck? What? What battle cries? What's the matter? Why are you battle crying? Oh, hi. Let's get the sharp thing away from you. Hi.
Sharp thing.
What's up? What's up, my chaos demon? Can I move this so your dirty feet don't get all over it? Because you have the dirtiest feet. Hi. Let me sit that up there where you can't get it. Hi. What's up? That's my nose. Please don't pierce it. Hi. What's up? Yes, that's still my nose. Still my nose. Hi. Do you need cuddles? Do we have to take a bean break? How about we don't go down that side of my desk? There's barricades there for a reason. Hi. What's up? You're so long for a year-old. You know that? Do not. No. 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 Let go of that. You're going to hurt your teethies. Don't chew that. And, sir, you cannot chew the button on my speakers. No. And please don't knock the speaker down the back side of my desk again, because that was a nightmare to get that back up here. Oh my god. Is it the witching hour? Hey! Hey! No! He's chewing on the zip tie connector. Ow! Let go. That's holding that monitor in place. I said no. I said no. I warned you. I have a spray bottle that does a mist. Can you take this? He just deep throated my straw, so that's done. Fortunately, that drink was almost empty. Oh my god, so bad. There was another time. That's the only thing that gets through to him. It's the only thing that will get him to stop. We had another spray bottle that did like more of like a squirt gun stream and doesn't do anything. We've had to use the spray bottle on one of our other cats too, Cow, when he gets real obsessed about something and won't stop. The stream doesn't do anything. The mist, he hates it. So, it's the only thing that will get him to stop doing the thing that we don't want him to do. And he was laying on his back and he was chewing the little nub that you pull the zip tie through where it locks it into place, and he was upside down, and the only thing I could see in my brain was him popping that off of there and him choking on it. So I'm like, no, 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 we're not chewing that. Plus it holds my monitor to keep it from flying off my desk when they're up here being terrible. We've had to zip tie monitors to the desk because we made the mistake of putting a YouTube channel cat TV display on one time. And Mr. Peabody, one of the other cats, was going crazy, jumping at the monitor, trying to get the rabbit or the bird or whatever that was on the screen. And then he lost interest and walked away. And I think we went for a walk, and I forgot I still had it up on my screen. When we came back, we couldn't get in our front door because the desk was next to it. And we couldn't figure out why we couldn't get in this door. I think we had to get my mom to let us in through her door. Because we have 2 front doors on this house for some reason. And, we came in through her room. And the monitor on this desk, when the area that the monitor was sitting in was facing the door, was on the floor. And we were like, oh no. We thought he had broke the monitor entirely. We weren't entirely sure how it ended up on the floor, but it was definitely on the floor. And it had like gotten wedged in such a way that we couldn't get the door open. So now all of the monitors on my desk, because I inherited the one monitor that did fly off the desk because it was still working. My monitors are zip tied, so they can't go anywhere. The husband's monitors are, I think they're mounted. The one's in a mount, because he has it turned vertically. I don't know. Do you have 2 mounts or just the one?
What?
Your monitors.
I've got 2.
Okay. Because I was thinking that other monitor needs to be zip tied if it's not, but if it's in a mount, then it's fine.
No, they're both mounted.
Because he's got a curved monitor for one of them, and the other one is just as simple as you can get that can do vertical display.
Well, any monitor can do vertical display, dear.
Well, I thought you said that it had to be a specific way, and you were having trouble finding a monitor that would do what you wanted it to do. And that's how you ended up with that monitor. Because
Is this not your old one?
Isn't that the old Dell monitor?
No, this is an old HP monitor. I think it was yours.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still got the sticky stuff when you had stuff stuck to it.
Yeah. I don't know, you were trying to find another monitor that would do the thing. Maybe it wouldn't mount vertically, something with it.
Not this one.
No. Another monitor that you were trying to get.
Oh, yes, okay. So if I remember correctly, and keep in mind it's been a while and I didn't set this to memorize, if I remember correctly, it didn't have a mount in the back.
Oh, okay.
Like, I had to remove the stand to access the mount on this one, but it had it. It was built into it.
But none of the other monitors that you were looking at.
I don't think so.
Like, you had a hell of a time, and that's how you ended up keeping that one, I thought,
Yeah.
when we were replacing and upgrading stuff.
Now that LG, is that one? Where did that come
This
from?
is this
That's
is
my old one. I
this
remember
is your
that.
old one. That one we bought.
Okay, so that's the one we got.
Yeah, and I really
Yeah,
hate it.
there's no mount to it. That's why.
Yeah, and I hate that monitor with a passion.
What's wrong with it?
Certain ways to look at it, it looks fuzzy. Granted, that could be me, but that it's either the monitor itself or the cable that isn't
Oh
shielded
yeah,
properly.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably the monitor itself, to be honest.
So this LG monitor that I have, we had gotten it on sale, I think, at Walmart. There's either a shielding issue with the cable that came with it, or it's a shielding issue within the monitor itself. If I step in a couple different places on my floor, the monitor blinks off. I also noticed the last big thunderstorm we had that I was sitting here. A couple of seconds right before we heard a crack of thunder, my monitor blinked off and on. Like 2 different times. So there must have been close lightning strikes. And I'm like, it was annoying when it's where certain places I step on the floor. And when the desk was in a different position, I could replicate the monitor blinking off and on by stepping in a very specific spot. Um, that was annoying enough. But when it did it when it lightninged, that was more concerning. And I'm like, oh, I don't, that's probably not good. Like, that's probably not good. So I either need to try to get a new cable or a different monitor altogether. I don't know which. I really don't want to spend the money on a new monitor though, so I would imagine a new cable to test it would be the cheapest way to go. But I'm also scared to touch anything because everything's working at the moment. Um, my husband had gotten me for Christmas one year an Elgato camera, which is what we're using today. And I had a bitch of a time getting this camera to work with this PC. An absolute bitch of a time. I had finally found a workaround. And then suddenly the workaround stopped working, and I was like, what? And then the way it was supposed to work suddenly started working, and I'm like, the fuck is everything's possessed around here. Oh, anyway, getting back to my ghost story. I didn't finish. So that was the one instance. Oh, look, a squirrel. That was the one instance. That was Mr. Bean's fault, though. That was one of the things that happened at my grandmother's. And it would repeatedly happen to the point that I was getting really weirded out whenever I stayed there overnight. Like, it would just constantly happen. But then, when I was in high school, I had been at a friend's house. I think we were just hanging out. And I had asked her about something. I don't know if I was putting a cup in the sink. Like, she had like a finished basement area that we were hanging out in. And I had gone upstairs for something. I think I was putting something in her sink in the kitchen. Or I had to get something from upstairs. And on my way back down, there was somebody sitting at her dining room table. an older lady, like with the older lady, like Q-tip kind of haircut, like short, cropped, like white, kind of frizzy, curly type thing. And I was like, oh, I was like, hi. Because she didn't tell me there was anybody there. Like, she didn't tell me she had family there. I thought it was me, the girl's house who it was, and another mutual friend. I thought we were the only three in the house. And while I believe she was born here, I don't believe her parents were. They were Polish. And they always insisted on speaking Polish with her in the house. So even if her friends were over that didn't speak it, they were speaking it to each other. So who the hell knows what they were talking about? They could have been bitching about us being there. I don't know. Um, but I thought, oh, maybe she had a grandmother come over to visit and she didn't say anything. And I was like super awkward because the lady she wasn't really saying anything to me. She was just kind of doing that like smile and nod kind of thing, like the polite thing. And I'm like, oh, hi. I'm like, oh, she didn't tell me that there was family here. Like, nice to meet you. And like, they never really said anything. And I'm like, oh my God. I went downstairs and I'm like, why didn't you tell me your grandmother was here? Because, I figured it was her grandmother. And she looked at me and all of the color drained out of her face and she goes, what are you talking about? I was like, there's a lady sitting at your dining room table. Your grandmother, right? You didn't tell me you had family here. It scared the shit out of me when I went up there and there was somebody sitting there. I was like, that was rude. And she bolted up the stairs. And she skidded to a halt in the kitchen. She goes, and we followed up behind her and there was nobody sitting at the dining room table. I'm like, where'd she go? And they turned and looked at me. They're like, you saw somebody sitting at the dining room table. I said, yeah. So it was an older lady, white, short cut, curly hair. She had like some kind of like polo shirt or something on that had like white and like mint green stripes or something. That was all I could see. She was just kind of sitting there, like resting her head, like her chin in her hand, and like she was waiting for somebody. And the girl whose house it was looked at me. She goes, my grandmother's been dead for X number of years, so I have no idea who you saw. So then she was like frantically checking the house to make sure nobody was actually in the house. And I was like, what the fuck did I see? And I stood there talking to them. And I'm like, okay, I was like, maybe I should go. That was like wild. I was like, I don't know if she thought I was lying to her or she was super freaked out and had something else happen and had never mentioned it and didn't want to mention it. But like the look on her face, I was like, did I just say something really, really wrong? Like, I was like, what did I do? There was somebody sitting at your table. I was talking to them. They didn't specifically verbally answer me, but they were like nodding along to what I was saying. I was like super, super freaky. I did not like that once we realized that no, in fact that was not a living relative. No idea in fact who the hell that was. That was definitely creepy. And totally, totally, totally did not care for that. Another house that we lived in, my mom supposedly would have socks disappear from rooms. Like, one sock would be in one room. Like, both of the socks would be in one room. She'd come back to put them on, and one sock was missing. And she's like, where's my other sock? And then she would find it in a totally different room, as far away as possible as it could be. She's like, I did not put this here. She thought she was going crazy. Um, that was a different house, though. Just all kinds of wild stuff that would happen. It was not great. Like the one house that we were renting, one apartment, I guess. It felt like a house because it was up above um garages that were also being rented out for people to store stuff in. Um that was built on the grounds of a stable from like the 1800s that had burnt to the ground. You could still see chunks of wood half buried in the ground. Yes, we're doing needle felting if that's what you're referring to. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what the acupuncture was in reference to. Um, but like you can still see chunks of wood in the ground that I guess used to be part of the floor at one point of this stable or group of buildings that used to be there. The Victorian house that I guess went with the stable was still there. That was being rented out. And I have been in there a couple of times. People always thought it was a bed and breakfast because they called it the name of the town and then the word inn. So there would be all kinds of people that would pull up thinking it was a bed and breakfast, and we're like, oh no, this is apartments. And people would be so disappointed. I'm like, they should be running a bed and breakfast out of here. But yes, we are dabbing away into a piece of craft felt. I'm currently dabbing in with some polyfill just to try to raise that up a little bit and give it some more texture. There's no critters behind me, is there? Don't want to roll over anybody. We need to figure out what color the flamingo's going to be. And before anybody says pink.
Oh, anyone who says that doesn't understand the plethora of pink available.
We have shades of pink that we have to figure out what we're gonna do here. That is my foot. That is my foot that is still attached to my leg. Why are we so after my feet tonight? Are you mad? Are you bored? Cal was playing with one of your springs earlier, and I don't know what he did with it. We have to get you more springs. I don't think they were that much money. Let's start off with rosy pink. So I use acrylic yarn. Logo pink. You finished editing tonight's videos. You're off the bed. All right. You have a good night. Thanks for popping in.
And being chatty.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Have a good night. Have a good day tomorrow. And hopefully we'll see you again sometime. So I use acrylic yarn. Anybody that's new? Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I've got a plethora of colors. This color is rosy pink from the Simply Chunky line of paint box yarn that I picked up from, this might be too light. We'll roll with it and see what happens. It might not look as light once I get it layered up. So that's just in case anybody wants to know where I got my colors from. And the paint box yarn that I got, I picked up from Lovecraft's website. They've got a bunch of different yarns over there, not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. Just to be clear. Absolutely 100% not sponsored. But we are gonna try to get this stabbed in here. At least we finally got the sky kind of sorted. I don't know if I'm gonna do any more clouds. I know I didn't make that cloud as robust as I had originally sketched it out, but I also didn't want the clouds like taken over either. What was that?
Beans, what trouble are you getting into now, huh?
All of the trouble.
Don't be too much trouble.
All of the trouble.
I'm trying to give you as much time out as we can here.
All of it. Buddy, you have to be a good boy and well behaved so that you can be out all night and then attack me as soon as I fall asleep. Because we all know how that goes. It's not the first time I have tried to fall asleep with you. He's actually had a couple nights with free reign in the house. We had gone away the end of January. And by the time we got back, he had had a couple of nights out when we got back. At least the night we got back. He was an angel. I don't know what he did all night. He didn't attack me. He wasn't climbing all over my desk that I woke up for. Absolute angel. And we're like, wow, okay. He's behaving now. Great. He doesn't have to go to kitty jail all night. And then the third day, it all changed. And he got back to his shenanigans. We used to call it kitten rave in the other room when we'd be trying to go to sleep, and he's like, nah. Whichever one of us was trying to sleep with him. He'd be climbing all over everything. He'd be knocking everything everywhere. You would hear one of us yelling at him constantly all night from across the house. I'm not sure what he's going after right now. He might have found one of those springs. He's got very heavy feet. So when he runs through the house on this floor, sounds like thunderous cat feet. So I am just trying to get this kind of... I have no idea what that noise was. Trying to start laying this in on top of the polyfill that I was working in. As best as I can on top of all that to cover up the white. Now, obviously, I'm not done because I still need to come back in and fill in the rest of the flamingo, and B, like the face and stuff. But I wanted to get at least the pink around the face filled in first before I added the polyfill for where the eye area is going to be and the beak area, just so I didn't like lose my shape entirely. Again, I just did the polyfill on top just to try to give it a little bit more of a shape, just so it wasn't quite as flat. And it might be helping to a small degree. Just a drop of water. I dipped my finger into my little cup of water and then I like shook off the extra. Because I don't want this soaking wet. I've just gotten my finger with that little bit of water on there and then I kind of smeared it across my palm. And then I used that as enough friction to shape my little bit of fluff here. And then I'm just gonna kind of start filling in the pink on top of the white. Sorry, I was checking what time it was. I started way early tonight, so I had no idea what time it was. I know it's very much sweltery time. It is still very, very hot in here. Oh gosh, he looks so silly at the moment. I also have a lighter shade of pink to try to add a little bit of color variation in there. Alright, so we'll get all of this popped into here. So I feel like it was a slow start, right? Because that sky took forever. I know it did. Trust me, it was making me mad too. Once we finally got through the sky, my skin stopped crawling as much. I think I was just annoyed that that one thing was taking so long and I was ready to move on to the next bit, but I couldn't because we had to get that sorted first. That and I was super hot. I had to start spraying me down to try to cool off in here. Spray bottle not just for the cat, it is also for me. I'm actually surprised that that spray bottle does anything to get his attention when he's being too much to distract him from doing the thing that he's doing that's getting him in trouble. Because he'll jump into the tub after somebody's gotten out of the shower and he's like rolling around, walking around in there, getting all kinds of wet. He doesn't seem to care all that much. I think it's the fact that it's a mist that he's like, nah. But just walking through the wet or sitting on something wet, he doesn't care. He's like, whatevs. He is my street demon. And I know when he's jumped on the stove because there's dirty footprints all over it. Constantly having to wipe that thing down. It's one of the reasons why I got some more disinfecting wipes so I can keep wiping that down as often as I have been. I probably need to do it more, honestly. Like, it looks silly at the moment, but it's a process. It is very much a process. Alright, so I'm gonna work on the flamingo up to like here, right? I'm gonna do the water before I do the leggies though. Because I think that's what we're gonna need to do. For sure. So that way I can lay the leggies on in front of the water instead of behind it and hope that I don't mess anything up. And don't forget to move your project periodically. If you're on one of these fabric-like needle felting mats, because you want to make sure you're detaching it from the mat gently. Fairly often. Because if you don't, it will get very comfy and not want to detach from your mat. And it's gonna be a whole nerve-wracking experience of trying to detach it. That may warp or damage your piece and possibly damage your mat. When I first started, I had one and I didn't know I was supposed to pick it up. So I like did a whole piece and then tried to remove it. And that mat I did slightly damage because as time went on and I kept using it, it slowly started to turn into a bowl or maybe like a volcano shape and wouldn't lay flat anymore. So that was fun, unless it was just that particular mat. That was a felting mat. I don't even remember what company it was from. I had gotten it off of Amazon. I got this one off Amazon too. This one was from Wool Buddy though. Not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. This is my second mat from Wool Buddy. I had another one, and that one kind of got pretty lumpy in spots and what have you. However, I think that started happening before I saw that you could take a razor, like a shave your leg razor, and go over the top of the mat to try to get rid of any fuzz that was on the surface, like fibers. And I've been doing that with this one, and while this one is starting to get a little lumpy in spots, I've also been using this for well over a year at this point, and we've gotten a lot of use out of this. There has been much stabbing happening into this mat, and I'm pretty happy with how it's held up, all things considered. And I'm also being a little bit better now about rotating my mat so I'm not constantly stabbing into the same spot. Is this too light? Should that be darker? Like the only other pink I can say is like pink pink. I've got like a bubblegum pink. I don't know how I feel about this. This might be too big. Like this might be like comically pink. But the other one feels a little too baby pink. This one feels a little like lawn flamingo pink. There's nothing wrong with long flamingo pink. Not really. Well, I guess we can see what it's gonna look like. Oh my god, I thought my headphones were starting to malfunction. It's like the cicadas outside or something.
Oh, yeah, I can hear him actually.
Like it's like they're starting and then they stop and then they're like starting and then they stop and they're like doing it almost rhythmically. I thought my headphones were getting staticky. No, that's coming from outside. That's some kind of bug from out there. Oh yeah, I owe the boy a dentist stick. Oh god, that's annoying. I don't know if that is in fact a cicada, but that is an annoying noise. It's not the normal cicada noise. I don't know. Does this look too comically pink though? I guess I have to get it fully stabbed in there because the other one just feels too light. Like maybe for like a highlight, or maybe we use the ballet pink for the highlight. I guess it technically doesn't matter. But the other, like this feels like a little too little girl baby pink. That's the only thing I just keep thinking of looking at. I'm like, it don't look right. Like, the color itself is fine. It's just for this particular instance. It's not. And like the other pinks I have are, they're not like a flamingo pink. They're like, how to phrase this, like a dirty pink. They're either like super light or they're like a dark dirty, like vintagey pink. Dusty. Like, instead of like a heather purple, well, I guess heather is purple, but like instead of like a heather gray, it's like a dusty pink gray. Yeah, I think we'll end up, yeah, I think we're gonna end up with this shade of pink. Alright, now I normally go till, I normally try to go to midnight, however, it's hot. It's very hot here. And I did get a bit of work done on this guy. I know, this guy does feel very empty. But no, I didn't want like a bunch of stuff happening up here. I mean, I could add another cloud up here, maybe. Or maybe like another one down in here. But I don't know. I might wait till I'm done because down here I'm gonna have the water and then I'm gonna have some cattails. I could always like bring some palm fronds in from the top maybe. That could work. Or have some kind of like foliage or tree or something happening up there. That could definitely work. Alright. Now, tomorrow is, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Friday. We're gonna try for Planet Zoo tomorrow. Let me take a look at the weather. The weather's important because the old doggo has terrible, terrible storm anxiety. So if we have a thunderstorm, I have to like sit on him and hold him to keep him from hurting himself. It doesn't look like we'll have anything tomorrow. So we should get Planet Zoo in tomorrow. Don't know if we're gonna get that bonus stream in on Saturday though. We will see. We'll definitely see. And if we do the bonus stream on Saturday, we're gonna be working on the chicken embroidery kit. So, because I need to get some work done on that. And I've been trying to work on it on stream so that way y'all don't miss anything and so I don't have to edit more than what I already have on my plate for editing at the moment. I might have to do some of the other ones on recording, or maybe the Neem Campus on recording. We'll see. So yeah, so thanks for joining me tonight. I do greatly appreciate it. I do thank you, even though I know you left. I'm thanking you again for the raid, Lynella. Don't forget to follow the social links down below. That will take you to the Ko-fi where I have a gallery of stuff I've done. Some of the stuff I've done at least. And you can support the channel through there if you don't like supporting through Twitch. There's a link to the Blue Sky. I am there instead of X, Twitter. I usually post when I go live. If I have to cancel. Work in progress updates if I'm working on something that I'm not streaming. All that good stuff. And then there's also the link to the YouTube channel that I mentioned earlier, where like 95% of the live streams are archived over there, and there's some stuff that we didn't stream, such as some game playthroughs, some art projects that didn't get streamed. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff over there. And before anybody asks, yes, I did make the WoW Just Dance video. I know it says Meet My Totem. It's a relic from when the channel used to be named that, from my early days of playing WoW.
Has that come up often enough that you need a disclaimer?
Now I'm just letting people know because it's been getting a lot of views lately. It's still getting views. Like, a lot of views. It's my highest viewed video on the channel. And, what is the view rate on that anyway? Hold on.
You were in the middle of wrapping up, dear.
Yeah, I know, but now I want to look at this real quick. It'll only take me a second. So that has gotten where the hell does it say it? In like the past like 28 days it's had 106 views. It's had more than that total though. I want to say it's like 169,000 views. Something like that in the lifetime that it's been up. Something like that. It did used to tell me, but no, I don't see where it's gonna tell me. Alright, well, whatever. But no, I did make that. That is me. So I will see everybody tomorrow for Planet Zoo, providing life doesn't life. So you all have a good night. Try not to melt in this heat. And until next time, have a good one.